exciting day, the day that everybody else wants to see too. We get to do finish coat for our pieces. So we just made a fresh batch of finish coat. Sean and I are going to go live, or well, we are live. Thank you for tuning in. And now we're going to start doing that finish coat. So we got our water to make sure that that green cement is super hydrated and not pulling from our fresh finish coat. So I'm going to be sorting the stone. We've already seen a couple people try and steal the stone. So we had to put that away for now. I feel like that's a good indicator that people are interested in mine. Nobody's trying to steal his tower. Multiple people stole the tower. Yeah. So now I'm going to jump over here, ready to get carving. Thank you so much for tuning in. Sorry about the technical difficulties yesterday, and hopefully you enjoy the show. We're going to set it. I'm going to keep the mic on. Please let me know if you guys can hear and ask any questions you might have. I'm going to get to work. We're going to set you up close by, and then that way, and then we'll go back and forth between Sean and I, and that way you can see both projects. Alrighty, all right. Day two so far, fantastic. Other than the fact that two people tried to steal my sword, but honestly, that type of like excitement. The one we had a kid and one we had an adult, and so the fact that this resonates with all ages really, really does make me excited and happy that I think I made the right choice for the piece that I'm building today. So. Fresh cement, the mud is good, it's sticking, and now it's just time to get to work and make sure that this piece is good enough to take the crown of top artist between Sean and I. You're still setting up the Mister is in place, but tomorrow is when it will actually be running. So got a little bit of time, and I have to be very careful to make sure that I am watertight without any waterproofing, and enough room for my sword and enough room for the mister itself. And I'll actually have to encase the sword into the cement so that people can't pull it out so easily. Can we see it? Absolutely. All right. How are you today? Good. All right, I'll encase the sword into the cement.
The sound is perfect, by the way.
Awesome. Perfect. All right, I'll get that in. And make sure that sits nice. Okay. Hopefully this guy fits as well. Woo, it's tight. Sure is a tight. Okay, good. Alrighty. Okay. So right now, I've misted. I got to make sure that I keep this saturated, and I'm throwing mud on nice and clean, hopefully. And now, hopefully, I didn't just miss a call from my wife. And now it's time to really work on shape, sculpting, start getting those details in. So right now I'm pre-shaping with the trowel itself, and then I'll roll it, brush it, and stamp it. And I got to do all that with perfect timing, as well as keep a wet edge, so I don't have to do any seams in the middle of the show. So right now I'm working slowly down, and that because I'm on like a clean edge, and then I'll work back up and over on the other side. And away we go. Trying to get a good chunk on, nice and thick. I don't need to worry about being the one that that has to toss this. So weight is not a consideration for me. I just want enough material that I can get a good stamp and a good carve in. How are you? Today's the fun day. It's the finish coat day. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll be using that stamp over there. I chose granite. Those are my two.
How do you make those stamps? You just put them onto the rock?
Yeah, so like depending on the job, but like, field boulders or weathered limestone or whatever you need, it's the easiest to buy your own rock and just have it. And that way you can.
And then you set it flat and make it.
Set whatever. You might want a corner, you might want a crevice, whatever you possibly need for the job.
Add some rubber on there.
Exactly, yeah. So you could either do silicone, latex, or polyurethane.
What duramater do you recommend?
If you look, I have
just touching those
every type, right? It depends on what you're trying to do. Like sometimes you want it soft so you can work it into a crevice.
Yeah.
And sometimes you want it relatively stiff.
I build skate parks, and sometimes instead of building a wall around the outside, you just do like a little kind of rock scape.
That's awesome.
The ones we've done, we're kind of just shaping it with a margin trowel and leaving it like that. And I see how you guys do with the stamp as well. It looks like it really makes the extra.
The texture really helps it. Like it's that way when people are touching it, they're not the worst thing you could do is leave
I do it a little bit, kind of like leave it almost a bit like this sometimes.
Yeah.
Maybe like a bit of fabric on it to get the texture. But if I make some like proper stamp or something,
100% recommend
really
making stamps.
the
game. It will absolutely change the quality of the finish, and people will no longer think that it's just a. And then honest. No, you gotta let it set just a little bit. Otherwise, it's too sticky.
So what you do? You make a rough kind of rock shape.
Yeah, I'm getting my shape down, and then I actually roll it. So I'm like, yeah,
just this
exactly.
One like this.
Yeah, and I usually
what does that do? Just creates a bit of texture on it.
Just a little bit of texture, and takes away. Worst case scenario I could have is a trowel mark.
A trowel mark.
Yeah. Because also, if you are doing all texture. And then all of a sudden, it immediately pulls you out. And so if you have something like that pull you out, it'll be like, how the hell did they carve that skate ramp out of a rock? Yeah. So we show a fair amount of the process on our YouTube. If you grab any one of those postcards, we'll take you to a particular video. But we're trying to elevate or help people that are starting out by talking a little bit about the process on every job, right? You might get maybe not the full picture on any particular video, but you should be able to get a sense. Exactly. Immersion is the best way. Yeah, and it's like Yeah, and honestly, the best part, like back home, I would have gradients. So like this builds up,
Yeah.
and so I'm just constantly cycling, and it will build up chunkier and chunkier bits. We'll give it different texture.
To dry instead
Exactly.
of washing it.
Yeah, so I get different textures, and that way, depending on what I want.
Having this underneath, because like I don't really have time for that in the job site. We kind of just shotcrete.
You're shotcreting, so it's a little different.
Shotcreting it on.
Yeah. It's a little different. So one,
kind of,
yeah, it's like two sides of the same coin, right? So shotcrete, you have options. Thank you. You have the ability to either make it a rough coat on that shotcrete, like you could scribe it, make it a scratch coat, and then you could have a face coat on top of that, so you could take a lot of time to make that a fine finish.
Yeah, we're also quite time constrained. So
yes, yes.
Like when we're doing the ramp.
Yeah.
So it's kind of seamless. We go straight around the side.
It's gotta be, yeah. That's the only way you can for shotcrete. So if you want to have, like, it depends on what they're paying, right? But if you want to have a fine detail, I would recommend that back being really rough, so you can get a mechanical bond.
Okay. Yeah.
Add a little bonding agent, and then you find like a face coat, create a face coat.
Okay.
And you can go back over it.
What do you use for the face coat?
We're using like a higher strength mortar mix. But like that fine mortar mix,
just one of the quick repags. I've seen one of
they bag it for us. Okay. We have our own mixes. Yeah, but like I've heard a lot of guys here use like a mixture of plastic cement, Taipan, and Portland or whatever, and make their own like mix. You'll have to do some 100%. Go for it.
And you're just doing one little bit at a time?
We're trying to draw this out for the show, but I will. The idea is I got to be done today. That's part of the competition rules. So tomorrow that we can paint and make sure that that's still.
Like if you do a bit now and then carry on later.
Then you're doing a seam. Seam sucks.
Yeah. Then you have to make it kind of organic like the rock so you don't see it.
Yeah, I got to brush it out and keep it going. So right now, while I'm waiting, by the time I get my next bucket on, then it'll be time to stamp.
Okay.
And so like that's my workflow. Ooh. Or you have somebody shoot it with a small line pump. Yeah. So if you shoot the finish coat too, typically like a motor pump or a small line pump will do for that. Then you have somebody shoot it, somebody then trowel and roll it, and then somebody carve it right after. Okay. All right. Cool. So you make your workflow so that you could still have the person dedicating their time to that final finish, right? Yeah. So for me, I'm trying to pick like a ridge where if I have to break it up. Yeah. So I need to have this whole face done before a seam to make sure. Now, typically I would have somebody mix it for me, bring my own mud. Yes. And I would be going ham to try and make sure that this is seamless, right? But for the show's sake, and so that we didn't bring a mixer. My brother and I are competing, and so we're going back and forth on who mixes the next. Yeah, it's our company. Yeah.
How long have you guys been doing it for?
Our company just hit 40 years in December.
It's like a family
business. Yeah. My parents started this way back when, and then I was
going to ask how you learned, but obviously through them.
Yeah, it turned like anything. It went from a job to a passion, right? So I was always like wanting to do something creative. I actually wanted to be a photographer when I was a kid, and my dad sat me down. He's like, "Please don't be broke." And from there, he was like, "You can take pictures of our stuff, I guess, but really, like, let's get you in the field, start working." And really, I'm trying to just get rough map, and then I can
just making like some rough kind of ridges.
Yeah, try and let it talk to you a little bit, and play until it works, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks really good, like these kind of like creases you have
exactly.
Here and stuff.
And that will help map where I place the stamp. So like the stamp has its own grooves, its own lines. And so I'm going to try and map that out and find that. Exactly. I don't want...
you don't have to touch the whole stamp at once either.
Exactly, yeah. And I don't want to use, depending, like a granite usually has a flow, right? Same with a limestone, sandstone. You do have that flow, so you still have to match that with the piece so that it's geologically correct. right? You want it to. You don't want anybody to look at it and be like, something's off, and I don't know what, right? Because then they'll just start thinking, and then they'll start tapping it, and then they'll start working it. And our ideal is that somebody's like, "That's a cool rock. How'd they get that here?" That's always the goal.
Yeah, they look good next to like swimming pools and stuff as well.
Yeah.
People make these like rock slides and stuff.
100%. And we've had to literally build and attach to real rock. And
Okay,
so
yeah.
if all of a sudden we're what stands out, we're not going to get hired for it.
No.
So ideally, the higher the quality, the cleaner the look,
Yeah.
the more natural.
You just kind of throwing it on like that.
Yeah, I want that smack because I want to make sure, like you see all the little grooves.
Gets in all the gaps.
Yeah. Now, if I was doing something else, you could do like the scratch coat could have like a brush finish, it could have a wire brush finish, it could have a broom finish, or like we have a perforated roller finish that we do where it like increases mechanical bond as much as physically possible, right? That's the goal.
With all these angles and stuff, that looks pretty good to me already.
Thank you. Yeah, it's Sean went with a lot more square footage. He's going to be screwed, but that's okay with me because.
You guys make the trees as well.
Yeah, I made that right before we came by. We were doing like a little speech, and like honestly, while it was wire lath yesterday, they're like, "So what does this look like?" We're like, "Oh, well, here's a tree." So that helped. But yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. Once you get into it, it's hard to ever.
Once you empty this bucket, you're going to do a little stamp on it.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'll hang around and check it out.
I'll roll this sucker and then move along to. I'll test it and make sure, because if it's too wet, there's like little watermarks that come on it. Plus, then I gotta go clean my stamp, which is no fun. So. But yeah, and then tomorrow I'll paint it, stain it, and dress it up with the moss.
Really makes a difference too.
100%. Yeah. The last thing people want is that people want to be tricked. 100% of the time, people want to be tricked. You don't want to have a waterfall and be like, I know exactly how they got that here. Yeah. You want them to be like, how the hell did they build this whole hotel around this waterfall or this giant?
Spray the base before you put the concrete.
Typically, depending on the size, right? Like set up and take down is a pain in the butt. So depending, if it's 500 plus square feet, then I'll spray it because I can do 500 square feet by hand relatively easily.
Did you do it all by hand? You never have someone spray on?
No, we do if it's over 500 square feet. Yeah. So if it's over 500 square feet, it doesn't make any sense. If it's under 500 square feet. Yeah, exactly. And we use a lot of precast panel. So we spray into our molds. We have our biggest panel is 8 by 40. Okay. And so that's all finish work. That's a pretty nice day if you can set that one panel you've just done a significant amount of as high quality. Like, 3/4 of a. So big. Well, that one does require 2 machines.
Yeah, but I was going to say one is not really.
Exactly. It's just because of the weight distribution, it would create like a crack point.
But it's that big. Do you put any like rebar or anything in it, or it's just
that one just so that we're ensuring that it doesn't break? We're putting like a steel cross beam across. Yeah. We'll pick it up from that.
Yeah, otherwise it could go ding in the middle. Right?
Exactly. So, but that's only 3/4 of an inch thick. Same as that. Like our panels are the same thickness. Wow. And our typical panel is like 8 by 8, and then we scale from there depending on the project. And so because it's green, it's so thirsty that I don't want it to dry out my finish coat. It probably still will. We'll get some micro cracks, some shrinkage cracks.
Do you ever get any like shrinkage cracks like that?
Yeah, it's really annoying.
They don't blend in.
You could fill them in with pure Portland.
As well, like obviously doing grooves to
yeah.
try and guide the crack.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could like predict or guide the crack down like a natural rock.
If it's a structural crack, you got to cut it and fill it in. If it's just a shrinkage crack, you could use pure Portland and fill it in.
Okay,
yeah. Or plastic cement. Yeah, because you're staining it, right? Okay. So now, if my timing's correct, then if your timing's wrong, it sucks.
What do with that? You can just push it on. You don't need to hammer it.
Yeah, no, hammering bad, right? You don't want to displace the mud.
Yeah, I see the floor guys are making it. They kind of like hammer it.
Yeah.
It's completely different.
But that's because, like, look at how heavy and thick their pieces, right? They don't have a choice. Yeah. And those stamps are literally designed and built to be walked on, smashed on.
And you're not damaging or sinking in.
Exactly. But if you
They have to go a bit later then, don't they? Really?
they have to, and that's why they have such large crews for the square footage, is because when it's time, they gotta go, and they gotta go fast, and they do a great job. But if they miss it by, I'm willing to bet their window is like a 10 to 15 minute window, and then they're screwed. So
Especially in the hot weather.
yes. And imagine a section, maybe it was in 2 pours or 3 pours, and now you're all of a sudden dealing with different timing. It's labor intensive and difficult. Like, I don't think the stamp concrete guys get enough credit for the labor that they have to do. But I've watched as like 10 guys are sitting around waiting, and then all of a sudden you wouldn't believe how fast they have to hustle in order to not lose their whole pour. But yeah, I'm trying to.
I can't believe how good it looks. Just with the roller.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Do you think I would struggle to get it like that with shotcrete because of the stones in there?
The stones are going to be your biggest problem.
Cause me a bit of an issue, aren't they?
They're going to cause you, one, because of the cement content, right?
Seal it as
Yeah.
well, right?
Oh, you're going to go over to
Hey guys, we're just going to go check out Sean now. Thanks everyone for joining us. We're at World of Concrete 2025 in Las Vegas. We've got Patrick's amazing rock so far, looking great. They did the fiber coat yesterday. Today is texture coat. He's doing the sword in the stone. And now let's go check out Sean.
Sean, you're being mic'd up
Mic'd up.
for the live.
No cursing, got it. Cursing is over.
Sean, how good is day 2 so far?
Day 2 so far, pretty good. Working on this little corner here. And yeah, got to run and grab some mud. But otherwise, things are starting to take shape. Anyway.
Feeling confident you're going to win this competition or what?
Oh, more and more confident with every trowel throw. Plus, every chance I get, I'm going to send people over to heckle Patrick. You know, I've had a couple takers. Not everybody, but a couple. But we'll see. We'll see if we go. How's he doing over there? Is he failing miserably, or like people are distracting him? That's good. That's good. That's good. Well, you know that'll be his downfall. That's why we can't get a meeting in under an hour and a half. All right, you guys want to come with me while I get more concrete?
Yeah, of course.
Let's roll. It's okay, I guess. You like that sort of thing? If the show floor cleaners are watching this, I apologize.
Whoa.
All done, yeah.
Hey everyone, in case you're checking in now, we are at World of Concrete 2025. Artificial Rock Sculpting Live. Here we are. Little brother versus brother competition. You got Patrick over here making his sword in the stone. And as we just saw, we got Sean over there doing his Rapunzel Tower. So far, so good.
Any questions on a particular part of the YouTube stream? No problem. Yeah.
Cool.
Cheers.
Yeah, nice one. Nice to meet you.
Nice
I'll
to
come
meet
back,
you.
check it out.
Yeah, at the end. Cheers, you too. Okay. Where are we? Are we live? We're still live? Wonderful. Brianna, why don't you bring it on over to this point? So I've started to get my texture on, and already it's looking just like I was hoping. So I'm working with the grooves. I'm brushing out a little bit of the stamp lines, making sure that this looks super clean. I know Sean's bringing his A game, so I got to make sure everything I do is to the highest degree. And is that straight? Hope so.
He told me not to tell you, but you made good mud instead.
Oh, okay,
Don't
okay.
let it get to his head.
You know, that last year, the guys, I made the mud for all three teams, and they're like, that was really good cement.
Nice and sticky and packed.
Exactly. That's the point. So right now, just trying to make sure I get firm pressure on the stamp and make sure that I get all the detail that I could possibly imagine. Work out anything that doesn't look good with the brush. And then in about an hour, I'll actually take a carving tool to it. So I've thrown it, I've rolled it, and now I get to stamp it. And this is my Zen time. This is when nothing can hurt me. This is the time where you ignore the phone call. So sometimes I'll use the roller to make sure that I get a nice, firm, even pressure throughout the entirety of it. reveal is my favorite part. You can tell it's a little bit early. A little bit of a burr there from that, but I can soak that part out. And make sure, hopefully nobody jumps on this for the sword now. Otherwise, I'm toast. There we go. Having fun. Yes, this. And this part. It's coming. Coming. I'm not sure it hurts. There's like something about teaching that helps you make sure that you don't take any shortcuts or you don't forget anything, because if you're telling people the wrong information and doing the wrong thing, it just compounds and makes it worse and worse. So I get to, every time I teach, I feel like I'm doing my best work, because frankly, you wouldn't want to tell somebody the wrong thing, and you definitely wouldn't want to demonstrate the wrong behavior. And I definitely picked the right stamps, I think. That makes me feel good. Even though I only got 2. There we go. Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. We'll be back soon. Just gonna check up on Sean now.
Conference, so that was a lot of fun. Yeah, talking to a lot of the people out there, including the zoo. So they got lots of big plans there, right? Yeah, we didn't get into it. They're still using. They're still bringing guys up from the States to do like more shotcrete style stuff. But it sounds like we got a shot at the next Tundra like looking thing yet. So we've been pricing stuff for them. Hopefully we get to go. Yeah, always pains us a little bit when guys from out of country come to do the same work, right? But I'm right here. So, but that just shows us that we're not shouting to the hills loud enough, and we need to be more out in the community and talking about what we do. So here we are in Vegas, talking about what we do. So the show brought us in to have a little competition. That's my brother over there. So we're having a little friendly competition. Yeah. And so we wanted to do rock, but we wanted to have kind of like a fancy theme because we're nerds. Right. Yeah. And he's doing Sword of the Stone. Okay. He's always wanted to do it. Sweet. And then my little girl, for me to come here, was like, "What are you gonna do for me?" And I'm like, she's like, Rapunzel's my best friend, right? Okay. So I'm doing a little. I saw some old Disney art of Tangled, right? And I thought maybe we could do rock for everybody else because it has to be 360. Yeah. But then when we zoom the camera in, it'll be a diorama. Yeah. And I have my little castle here that we 3D printed, so we're getting ready. I'll be able to place that. Sweet. Tomorrow we'll do the coloring and some moss work, some vines, and I'm gonna try and make that look like a scene. I got a little bit of a mister up here, right? So we'll roll mist down the hill, and we'll make a whole movie scene. Awesome. It should be good. Hopefully she likes it. Otherwise, I don't know. I'm in the doghouse. We'll see.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Love it. All right. Take care, man.
Cheers, man. How's it going? Good. How you doing? Good. Just throwing mud. That's right. Yeah, we got for this one, because it doesn't have to last, and the better I make it, the more the show is upset with me. So anyway, but they're still going to be upset with me, 100%. But yeah, we do a rebar structure underneath with 2.5 gauge wire mesh on it. And then this is our strength coat. So this gets us most of our strength, allows us to be this thin, whereas like shotcrete needs.
Obviously, that's all specialized, right?
Yeah, this is our this is our mud. We get Quickcrete to mix it all for us, but it's our 2 recipes. So recipe 1 for strength, recipe 2 for texture. So this has a higher cement content, and then we cut our own poly mesh so that we can put poly fibers in it instead of glass.
And this, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
and we'll get about 1,500 psi out of that, and then 900 for our texture coat. So, but this will take a stamp much better, right? Like, you know, like I roll out a section here, and already that gives it an initial texture, but then I can go over it with something like this. And right away I'm starting to take the impression, right? And then from a carving perspective too, when I carve it away as it sets up, maybe like 45 minutes from now, it breaks away nicer too. So it breaks. I know. Is that sad though for me or?
Porpoise.
Porpoise, yeah. Yeah, yeah. That's what I was born in Guelph General. Yeah. But we get all over.
Actually, it's more your enemy.
I got drunk with a lot of friends.
Oh, were you?
I lived in London for too long.
Did you?
Yeah.
My brother was just down there for what was it, like 7 months? We did the new London Children's Museum.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, they went bigger. Yeah, they took over. I think it's the Kellogg's building now. Is a new building.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
so half of that is the London Children's Museum, and
It's the London Children's
yeah.
Museum now?
Yeah, they did some cool stuff. He did Geo Cave, Dino Dig Pit, Ice Cave. There now we're having to do ice. We're doing ice now.
It sounds like we gotta take the kids down to London.
Oh yeah, the kids go nuts. Yeah, and he did a branching out section, so it's like these massive trees that you can. It's like it reminds me of Ewok Forest. You can walk along the bridges. The kids can walk through the trees.
We definitely gotta take the kids down.
Yeah,
Oh,
they'll
do you do
sleep.
stuff
That's
in
for sure.
Toronto then, too?
Yeah, last 35 years we've been doing Toronto Zoo. Yeah, most of that stuff is definitely ours. Not the polar bear. Not the polar bear.
I don't take the time.
We don't talk. Don't ever give us that credit.
Don't do any of the stuff down in Wonderland.
We are working on Wonderland right now because they have the new Alpine Fury ride coming through in the new year. So they're taking the ride right through the mountain. So we're extending the mountain to make it look like you're going through the mountain. Yeah. I think we estimated that stump over there at about 700 pounds, maybe.
You're not bringing this up back.
Yeah. I'll bring it here, and then it's somebody else's problem.
They gotta find it for
Yeah. So it's at least with me, I'm like trying to leave room for the skid, and my brother over there, he's going right to the floor. So we're trying to figure out who's going to be more pissed. But we're doing a competition, like a little friendly competition to who's better. We've reached out to them. He met some people here at the show, but we've asked a couple years because they've brought us back 2 years in a row to this show, and we're like, Toronto show, very convenient for us. Like it logistically would make a lot of sense. We could go bigger. Like we could bring some of our bigger panels in and do bigger displays. Like it wouldn't be as much of a trek, right?
Yeah.
So, we'd love to. We'd love to work with them. Yeah, I've priced about 1,000 climbing walls, but I did my first one this year. Yeah. Turns out what I do and plyboard, very different costs. But these guys had a real vision. Yeah.
It's hard at the same time.
Yeah. No, but the climbing wall looked great. Yeah, just every time somebody brings me a climbing wall, I'm like, you have the budget? But yeah, no, they did, and it turned out really good. And I thought it would look kind of hokey with the handholds, but it looked really cool. So yeah, we'll look to do more of those any chance we get. But otherwise, yeah, we're just sort of carving away today, shaping, texture. Tomorrow we're going to do a little coloring demo. Well, that's deceiving because we have our own 2 recipes that Quick Root will make for us. We celebrated 40 years. I think 38 of those years they've been mixing for us. Yeah. So, but we just never got our own branded bag because you have to buy like a million of them. So we just don't. How's things for you guys? Enjoyed the show or?
Enjoying the show.
Yeah, seeing some cool stuff.
Seeing some cool stuff.
I've seen this on YouTube. I'm like, I would love to do that, and but have it so the inside's hollow, and then like have a window and maybe
Yep.
pop in here.
Yeah, like that's Casito-Rama, right? And that whole thing's hollow. So like the whole pump room, everything's underneath, right? And back then they required some big pumps. Like the pumps are bigger than this form, right? So I think they had like 9 of them in there. It's crazy. You could make a hunting blind. It would be the most expensive hunting blind, but that's what you want to put on YouTube because it would be like, I didn't need to go this big with my hunting blind, but I did. But yeah, if you like YouTube, we have some cards taking you to our page because we're kind of promoting that as well, and all of our builds are on there. So, being that we just celebrated 40 years, we're taking about equal look back at some of the projects that like our parents did, and then Patrick and I are also showing our stuff as well. So, a little bit of blend of the two. Yeah. Cheers, guys. Isn't that the excitement, the drama? Dun, dun, dun. Yeah.
It's more about, I just want like it's more about just demonstrating, not trying to get this finished for the show.
Well, for bragging rights, because he made a lot smaller square footage, so he's going to be done before I am, as we already proved yesterday. But mine's still got to be better because it's competition. So, and I'm the older brother.
Yeah.
He still has to represent the company, but it's got to be kind of like shittier. Yeah, go for it.
Hey everyone, if you're tuning in now, we're at World of Concrete having a carving competition between the Rock brothers. This is day 2 of 3.
Legitimately the best part. Thank you very much. So right now we're slowing it down for the show, obviously, but Sean and I are having a little bit of a competition. He's my brother. Taught me most of what I know. Right now, me, obviously, yeah. There's just no chance. But I'm doing sword in stone. He's doing like a Rapunzel diorama boulderscape. And I've already had 2 people try and steal a sword. So I mean, that's gotta be an indicator of the win, right? So tomorrow we'll paint it, dress it up, and no, his has a tower. So if you go around the front, there's like a sculpture of a tower in there. Yeah. But yeah, it's coming along. Having some fun with this too. The odd part is leaving it and hoping somebody doesn't take that sword. Which is,
It's not literally set in stone yet.
no, not set in stone yet. Yeah, working on it. So this is just a rebar cage with about an 8 to 10 inch grid, all hand bent. And then we do a 2.5 galvanized lath on top of that, and then our fiber coat, and then the finish coat. Now, some of the ones that you see there are precast panels. Actually, on this picture, everything but the top corner is precast panels. And so, same as our fiber coat, our strength coat, we shoot that into our giant molds, make 3/4 inch panels like this, and pick them up, and they have anchors in them so that we can mount them with the structure. So makes quick work out of it versus hand carving, and then we just have to sculpt the seams. We're out of Ontario, Canada, but we go everywhere. Yeah. Patrick, by the way. Jim, nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Yeah. You're welcome to grab a card. And if you ever have any questions, you just let me know. I am the younger brother. Yes, it's he's very good, but he's also at the front, and I think he gets distracted easier.
Yeah.
So I'm feeling good about that. And also, he picked a much larger structure,
Right.
and I was like, "There's no way. Like, we're going to be talking to hundreds of people. There's no way we could have the time to do that with intent."
Right.
And so I picked a much smaller piece so that I can make sure I can have the time.
You're gonna finish and you gotta
100%. I'm not helping him either. Judging's tomorrow. He might be here until midnight, and then I gotta keep going.
try to catch up.
I could sleep, and tomorrow his paint's gonna be crap. You too. All right. So now I'm finally grabbing the carving tool, and we're a little bit early. I'm just breaking off a couple pieces. Thank you guys for joining the stream. Hopefully you're having a good time here. Hopefully you're liking the look. Goodness, this thing is fun. Terrible. There we go. And then I'll have to grab plastic and actually cover this sucker. It's very dry, very young. It's a little bit green, so it's a little bit thirsty. I gotta make sure that I keep track of my time here. How are you guys? So yesterday we put on the fiber coat. It was still a little green, but people have been jumping all over it all day. Caught a couple people trying to steal the sword, so I mean, I gotta finally cast it into the cement. And yeah, I don't want to play with it too much. I'm feeling pretty good. I just got to clean up my lines here. Make sure that everything is flowing the way I want it to flow. And I really am thinking about how that mist is going to hug and bounce. Clean up, cut into these lines a bit. There we go. All right. Break this one up a little bit. And it looks like a little stone clinging onto it. I got the time. I'm gonna make sure that I got this fully detailed. Make it a smaller piece than Sean is definitely gonna come in handy for the final details. And I have a feeling details are gonna be what matters for this. I think they're both gonna be awesome pieces. So with his size and the number of people he's chatting with, no way. Oh. All right. Am I winning? He's got a mix? Wonderful. Yeah, I'm out of cement, so I have no problem. He's got to go make some more cement. That would be good for me. Yeah, some of the fun details in now. Has he started to carve at all?
Yes.
He's
Yeah,
carving?
we're
Okay.
doing everything at once.
Okay,
Stamping, carving.
gotcha. I'll have to cover this with plastic. Because we're so green, it's going to be pulling moisture out of this like crazy, so I got to be careful.
Can you let us know the biggest lesson you learned on the topic of art in your early days of Rockscapes artistry?
It's usually less is more. It's something that Sean actually always pushed for me, was that anytime you try to overcarve and overthink it, it's just not needed. If you're really good at stamp work, you don't really need to be very good at carving because you just don't need to carve. Now you're just cleaning up and enhancing the stamp itself rather than work it from scratch. And it's honestly just correcting whatever doesn't look right is the biggest thing. Not having to do anything crazy. All right, yeah. Yep, yeah, go for it.
Okay, guys, let's go check in on Sean again. See how he's doing.
Sure.
It's kind of the same thing when concrete countertops and stuff came up. And everybody who's poured sidewalks all their lives thought they could do a countertop.
Yep.
It's a whole different fucking world.
Well, even we were asked to at the beginning, and every now and again too. Like we just did a downtown Toronto. It's 2,500 square feet of wall. Like you know the old marble buildings, like where they have the old granite, pinky granite. So the architect actually wanted it to de-evolve back into granite. So we brought it up the wall and out like 40 feet up, and out about a 7-foot relief, so that when you go down the escalator, you're looking up at the granite. But we also did their security desk. So the security desk now is like we can do our panel, and then we got to do the perfect top. And then you got, you know how it is, like you two materials. You know, you got to worry about the cracking, and so luckily we sort of figured out our system. But early on, trying to recreate that, for sure, we ran into problems. A lot of buffing, never worth the amount of time for how much you got to put into it.
One of the companies we do curbing. But it's
Oh, yeah.
textured curbing.
Yep.
Between stamping.
dry or how and warm with the big lights and everything. So we're just trying to keep moisture in. That's what the plastics are. Great question.
I just need to charge the microphone.
Yeah.
Should be good in 10 minutes or so. Thank you. Sorry, our microphone died. Is the audio any better now?
Where it took longer to go.
That will be where I go for lunch. What I would love is if you could tap into Robert, so that a video you can see a little bit of film moving the live around.
Okay, so one of the biggest things that we're not sure about when you're working in this industry is the fact that we're really well.
I think you just said should be okay.
In the last few years, we've noticed
Maybe grab one of those.
manufacturers to start providing where we feel somebody like that, we have to have
Like the live demo.
There's a hierarchy of wrestling involved. And the first one is always the thrill. If somebody calls, we want to move to a self-wrestling category. Especially in South.
So I picked a couple.
And you'll self-wrestle. That is an ideal scenario if somebody wants to call. The next thing we have to do is we have an assisted self-wrestling. An assisted self-wrestling is where the victim is following, but they're aware. They are awake, aware, and communicate. And this is where something for that is a rescuer who has been trained so many times where they fail is they fail to communicate with you. And it just becomes a mess. The victim doesn't know what's happening, what they're doing. You can go on the rescue, you can even leave and other things. So the biggest thing we need to do is make sure that we're communicating between the rescue team and the victim. The real ministry is a simple assistant rescue of somebody that's awake and wants to relax with communication. And basically what will happen is the victim will fall, they'll hang, they'll rescue them, communicate with them, and get them back to their life.
A lot of fun. It is it's still not gentle to the body, but it's definitely. Yeah. It's meant to evolve. That's what art is.
It's like this.
Yeah, exactly. Cheers.
So, is this the only hole you guys are doing?
Blood stops flowing, body laps oxygen. And actually, the biggest danger is people realize when they die from alcohol. Die from this later. It can be 2-3 days later. The blood becomes contaminated. They get home 2 days later, blood clots, and they end up with cardiac. So what our victim did was he's away from the awareness. He put the contrast, that's his red straps. That's made for the straps. Stand up and relieve the pressure so that you're not got blood flow in his legs. So you notice that our victim's awake, so he's going to be an active part of the rescue. He's going to help them secure them, help them get things hooked up, and get himself to the ground.
Our dog is named, well, Callie, but Excalibur.
So hook onto the rope and pull the victim away from the structure. Not getting the structure all the way down. It creates a second pivot point. Otherwise, the victim can have more damage to the ground and the sky.
Ya tenemos un mercado. Rank. Esto es mucha plata. Para crear el golpe.
We'll make all of our stamps custom whatever we need. We have a giant library depending on the project. That allows us to stay, keep it fresh, always looking new.
Okay, so that's what we call assisted self-rescue. Victims related to the unfortunately, what can happen a lot of times is we can have a game change. In the middle of the rescue, the victim goes unconscious, realizes he's got a severe injury. At that point, the game is changed, and we are no longer in an assisted self-rescue. It is assisted rescue at that time. We need to get the victim away from the structure, down to the ground, and getting them to bed. However, even though we get them unconscious, you'll notice that we're going to continue to communicate with the victim. Because he may wake back up. And if he does, it's similar to the ground victim many times.
Al final no está muy lejos, sale de otro, entonces.
So that can happen, we have a call victim as well. Call victim will go to be unconscious, with no communication, he takes that possibility. So we need to be constant communication, even if they're not awake. Communication is the biggest part where we fail when we do rescue. same rescue scenario, but to show the game change. I want you to watch the cues in the body language from the victim. Things that may change with the intake from what's going unconscious. I know you don't typically hear necessarily what's going on up there, but they'll notice that they'll stop talking back. But there's going to be physical cues as well. So watch for that, and then you'll see the team shift from that assisted self-rescue to a purely assisted rescue at that point. What you see now is he is going conscious. We are in a game change situation. His body went limp. He's no longer using strong straps. The clock has started. We have a limited time to rescue the victim at this point. Blood is getting cut off from his legs. He's in a pure suspended situation. So rescue becomes a little more urgent, a little more important. That we need to get him down as quickly as possible.
But also good time. So mostly I'm going back after that 45 minutes to an hour. That's your final drive. So you don't get a chance to do another objective. Yeah. One shot went over to you, right?
Okay, so at this point, it doesn't really matter whether this is up or down. Now, what we don't want to do is just immediately release the leg straps. At that point, if we do that, the blood will flow very rapidly back into the heart. If he has regained consciousness or unconscious, the other problem is, as the blood that's pulling up in his legs from being suspended is not flowing, it's log losing oxygen. He doesn't have oxygen going to his body. And so that blood starts to go tan. It's toxic. Toxicity. That's what will later, when it gets released back into his bloodstream, create blood clots. And that's what can get into your heart. It's as little as 3 hours. Sometimes it can happen days later. Usually it's about 3 hours. When someone calls, even if
Make an Excalibur over here.
to a facility that can deal with
Yeah, literally I was inspired by it. I came across like a photo of myself when I was a little kid, pulling the sword out. I was like, you know what, let's do that.
They do a lot of like Rockscapes in the parks, you know,
100%.
the rides.
They're one of the OGs that like created a demand in the industry. Everybody, like all rock companies have like an origin story where almost sickness around. The Garden was a big one for Ontario Place. That was like the beginning for ourselves for that. So yeah. We've been doing it for 40 years.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, this kind of reminds me of like Radiator Springs.
Yeah.
In,
This is a 55-foot indoor waterfall.
So let's talk about the trauma center and the medical center.
That's pretty cool.
Thank you.
And here's fall rescue plan. Contact the medical 911 if you're at an industrial facility, whether it's an emergency number is. All of that is important. It needs to be done. However, 911 is not your rescue plan. Okay? It is not sufficient. Unfortunately, most responders that will come on a 911 call are not fall rescue trained in situations like this. Most municipalities only have 1 or 2 crews that are rescue, type rescue trained, and they are usually divvied out among other crews, or if we're saving somebody's cat, we have a lot. The amount of time that it can take them to get to you could be way too long. So you need to have a rescue plan in place. You still contact 911. It's just that 911 is now a substitute for our holders. Okay. Yeah, that's your number for hospital. So we're going to do a game changer again, but this time our game changer is going to happen in reverse. In this scenario, our victim is going to fall, and he falls and goes unconscious immediately.
Oh, we have some questions, eh? Tanya said, are you slowing down dry time with the plastic?
Oh, yeah. So what we're doing is because we did fiber coat yesterday, it's still super thirsty. So it's actually sucking the moisture out of this top coat. You can see it doing a couple little cracks on it. But that's because of how thirsty that initial fiber coat is. So what I have to do is actually put plastic over to trap some of the moisture and hopefully reduce the amount of cracks.
Okay, yeah, she said, I heard controlling temperature because of the heat from the lights makes a difference. There you go, Tanya.
Great question.
She also said, I can't hear anything. Is there audio? She said that before, but it must have been too far. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit loud. Doesn't help. Oh, yeah. This is all new textures I've seen now.
Yeah, just carve it away. Clean it up.
It's coming to life.
Coming to life. Layer by layer, bit by bit. And hopefully we stand back a little. We go, do we like it?
Mm-hmm.
I think this angle looks pretty cool, so I'm happy with that.
Mm-hmm.
everybody wants to do these really dramatic lines sometimes, and sometimes the illusion of the rock is sometimes the subtle lines, sometimes the big lines turning to little lines.
So yeah, supernatural. I've heard some artificial rock can look a little bit Flintstone-y. What do you think about the Flintstone look?
It's not my style.
No.
But we've always maintained like that's okay. Like there's room in the market for both. Right?
For sure.
Some people like that kitschy look.
Yeah.
I call it kitschy.
Kitschy?
It's kitschy.
Yeah.
You know, like these kind of kitschy toys. Like to me, it's a symbol.
Yeah.
But what we're always going for is that realism. Response for both. People like both, but we're doing precast and we're trying to chase that most realistic look. And it's not like even this is even though we're using a lot of stamping, this is still our interpretation of what rock looks like. But as good as we think we are, we're never going to really be able to match fully the way that the panel can. Right? So we cheat a little bit with the stamps doing it. But also that's why we don't use shotcrete. I mean, shotcrete is very difficult to stamp, it's very difficult to texture. So it really is all about the artist that's doing it, how they carve it.
For sure.
Each one has their own style.
Yep.
So whoever's artificial rock is their brand of artificial rock. Whereas ours brand is try to be nature.
Yep. It's looking really cool.
Thanks. Try to get a sandwich.
Try to get a sandwich. And no more vandalism. Holy smokes. I used to do Taekwondo. I'll pull it out.
Just remember what you said yesterday. Just tell them you cry a lot.
Yeah. Don't make me cry, okay?
You want to be here, but just cry a lot. And then you just watch people that
It's like a interpretation.
Yep. We're at 184 minutes streamed. Yeah, it's been going good. Got questions. Oh, someone just asked a question.
What's the question?
Do you make silicone or rubber stamps?
Both. So,
Both.
It's like today we did our little demonstration how you can in a bind do just Home Depot silicone into a bucket of soap water. It becomes malleable, and then we pressed it on our little panel over there to make it impression. So I think by the end of the day it should be firmed up enough that we can pull it. That's a little technique that we might use in the field where we don't bring all of our equipment and then we see a texture that we really like. Or we're trying to match a texture that we may not have a stamp already for. And then we've been asked with like some of the playground stuff to use different materials like structural foam, and that has a high chemical heat, so you need a silicone stamp to take that heat because a latex rubber stamp will just melt. But most of our stuff, our bigger panels, we have just made molds out of latex rubber with fiberglass backings, and that has served us quite well for the larger stuff. It would be very expensive to do silicone stamps for anything bigger than 1x1.
Perfect. And this is what he was talking about earlier. So hopefully people can tune in to see this later by the end of the day.
I think you do need to. I'm hungry, but I think we need to wait for Robert to come back. We have carrots.
Are you adding paint to it, or you'll be painting it? Yeah.
Yeah, this one guy came talk to me. Yeah, I think you've sent me something. I don't remember where it was. It was on a residential section, and then like a massive Who's building it? I think in Utah. It's like they want all the sides to be done. Maybe I'll take that home. It's like,
Oh yeah, he came to the dock. Yeah,
I get it.
You said it was a couple years away, but
Whatever. For me, I was like, I think because we had talked about it, and we're like, they would never do something like that in Canada.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, wouldn't that be cool if they did though? 100%. But that's why we travel everywhere. So then we might get to do something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
And be the first to test this massive 3-mile long laser.
That'd be amazing.
That would be
Insane, yeah.
that would be something special.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
So where did Robert go?
I think the food court.
To the strip?
No, just the food court, yeah. It was packed when I went. Yeah. There's a lot of people behind you.
Getting about maybe even less, quarter of the people. Bouncing around. I get when they bounce off the show and then stop. That's when all my
They're the people that I'm getting?
Oh yeah, leave. Less. I know. It's wonderful.
I'm hoping that
I just finished my main bowl. Yeah. So I got my little aircraft left.
On the backside.
That's exactly.
Because on the front side, yeah.
So far, people, I thought the plastic was not people.
He's like, do you know karate? You gotta protect these things. Protect them.
It's been a while, so I just had
Yeah.
to just tell them
Don't make me cry.
that's probably more, that would put more people off than threatening karate. They'd probably be like, emotions. Oh no, it's construction. Emotions. We don't have those.
We don't have those. Oh.
Side note, the guy that
The battery should be charged now. Might
Oh,
have to plug
good.
it back in. And then
I turned off the mic, and that was the problem. So if you're joining, sorry about that. I think I got it now. Let me know if audio is still a problem. I think I had accidentally turned off the mic, but I think I got it now. All right. Can somebody just let me know if I figured out the mic? I know the audio cut out, but I think I got it now. And I'm mixing away with the tumbler mixer outside. Oh, and I cut myself. I have no idea how I did that. Fun. Audio is back? Okay, wonderful. Somehow I turned it off. So that was my bad, 100%. No idea how I cut myself. But sweat, blood, and tears in every one of these projects, right? And a little bit more water. And I'll be able to get back inside and keep going. So very much looking forward to it. I don't know, Tonya, have you been paying attention to each of the projects? Do you think there's a clear winner yet? I'm doing the sword and the stone, and Sean is doing the Rapunzel Tower boulderscape. See how that goes. A little bit sloppy. All right, I overwatered a little bit. It's part of the reason why I hate the tumblers, because I know you just need to be so patient. My typical mixer has like a ribbon mixer. And when you throw that in and 6 bags in, you're about half the time as this tumbler mixer, but can't complain. The fact that this is a battery powered mixer and there's no power anywhere close is a wonderful, wonderful thing. I gotta say, that would have come in handy many, many times over the years. So, feeling good about that. But yeah, if you guys have been watching, oh, I haven't seen enough to judge yet. Oh, okay, that's fair. I will, as soon as I get in, I'll try and do like a 360 tour of each of them so that you can get a good idea of each of them. I know Sean's looking great, don't get me wrong. Like, I love what Sean does, but I'm feeling pretty good. He chose to be first, like from the entrance to the hall. And so the number of people that he has had to deal with is got to be 4 times the amount that I've had to deal with today. Yesterday, I felt it was pretty even. Today, not even close. Like, people, there's not the big giant competition with the scaffolding today. It's like a fall arrest educational thing. And so there's a big, big difference in the number of people that have been passing by me and asking what I'm doing. People haven't made it that far down the hall. So very, very cool. I'm so glad so many people have tuned in and come to the World of Concrete to check this out. That's been really nice. Okay, almost done. There you are.
I'm going to take over for you because
Oh, it's done.
there's
No food? I was asked if there's a clear winner, and so far nobody's decided if there's a clear winner yet. I'm pretty much.
You're farther
significant. I don't think you're gonna finish.
Because nobody wants to talk to you.
Rude. Somehow you're the more approachable brother this whole trip.
Somehow.
Something. There's a vibe. There's a vibe that I'm putting out clearly.
Really?
Anyways, I'm done though. All right. Can you hold on to that? Yeah. Oh, did I put some crumblies in there? Yeah. Oh, it's still good. No, I'll just. So far, one battery a day. Oh no. Yeah. Still incredible. The fact that this battery has lasted this long. Kind of nuts. Yeah.
I don't like barrel mixing as much, but I appreciate that.
Yes, yes.
We got this, and I appreciate seeing that battery.
Yeah, that it's even possible, because normally it's like, oh, battery. How do I hold on to this and this?
I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of scared.
100%. I thought we would be changing the battery 18 times. Ah! Okay. Yeah, by a lot. And mixing a couple 100 pounds at a time. Not bad. Yeah. For us, we're doing so we over brought fiber coat and under brought finish coat. So we've had to do 1 and 1 just so that we could maintain and have enough, because you can see we're getting pretty low. Hi. Alrighty. Come on there. So, through every time. Yeah. Ah, we forgot the shovel.
Come on.
Come on. Okay. I'll put this back into the capable hands of Robert. Thank you. And I'll put this onto you. And then I will take, I'll go grab the shovel.
How are you? Kendall? Sean?
Yeah, I'm from West Canada.
Oh, cool.
You guys are from back east.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys have a few people western side that do some shotcrete. Yeah. Nothing like what we do, but we're pretty unique in that way.
That's what?
Like, we do it a little bit differently. Like, we went away from shotcrete a number of years ago. Just went more for a higher strength concrete so that we didn't have to go as thick. And yeah, we do it in 2 phases here. We do a strength coat and then a finishing texture coat.
Okay.
So the first one is exactly how it sounds. We throw it on. We make sure it's has some bondable surface, because we're looking for more of a mechanical bond than any kind of chemical bond. We found like the glue doesn't do anything ever. So now we just do water and leave the surface rough enough, and it sticks great. Yeah, and then this top coat breaks away nice when I'm carving it. It stamps real nice, leaves a good impression. Shotcrete is very hard to stamp. That's why it never looks. It's always shaped and carved. Like you have to carve all the texture into it, if any. Yeah. So a bit of a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. Well, I'm a landscape contractor up there.
Okay.
Kind of like big rock features.
Yep.
Poolside cliff features and stuff. So it's quite intriguing.
Yeah, we always recommend going this way next to a pool. We just keep getting brought out to too many people. Like my brother, the worst heartbreaking one was somebody did a really big feature next to their pool. It cracked their whole pool in half.
Really?
Yeah. And like the cool thing you might sympathize with on this is like because I have the two coats, when I'm doing a water feature, I can waterproof my strength coat. So we like to use like a liquid rubber most of the time. And if I'm waterproofing that, because like there's lots of twists and turns, then I can look underneath and I can guarantee that that's watertight before I even put my texture coat onto it. And then if my top coat cracks even a little bit, it doesn't matter because the membrane underneath is secure, right? So we go that method more times than not. Whereas any of our real rock features, like you're almost like planning for it to leak to a certain degree, right? Like you're putting the membrane under the whole piece because you know that you're going to direct most of the water where you want it to go, but it's still going to be leaking in it around it, right? So I like to just control the waterway and control it as best I can. And most of the time in something like this, because it's hollow, like this one's massive, and the whole pump room is under there. So I don't need a separate location for the pump room. Think of how many miles of pipe that would be, right? So, and I'm sure you've probably piped miles of pipe before, right? To get it to the gazebo or wherever they're building their output's going to be.
So is that one you built?
Yeah, this one's at a casino, and it's 45 feet long, and I think it was 16 feet high, and then 25 feet deep. So it's two-sided water feature. And underneath are these massive pumps. This one was, well, we were doing other stuff there, so I don't think we got to work on this continuously, but I think this was about 6 months. Yeah, because there was so much involved with it. But again, even after all this time, that was 20 years ago, 24 years ago. And only now is like they're bringing us back to like look at some of the steel work, and all it needs is just to be, ground down a little bit, painted again. So it could stand up to the test of time. It's nice. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. One of it you might like. I'll show you that picture over there. You'd like that one. Pardon me, guys.
So you're hoping to sell this to Excalibur?
I was trying to. I thought, what better branding? So this is a pool we did last year, and all of this is artificial, like this whole section here. It was originally designed to be limestone, armor stone, and they realized that it would crush the side of the pool, and that they couldn't. The weight of this top rock over top of the slide would have been too much. So then one of the project managers was like, "Oh, I've seen these guys on Instagram. Why don't we see if they'll come out and look at it?" And then, the rest is history. So that one was cool. We also did the central stone where I carved the emblem of the family into it so that they could all, sit around the fire and enjoy. But this fits 9 people inside this grotto.
Inside where?
In this swimming grotto, you can swim right in, and there's like bench seating in there, and it fits 9 people. They got speakers in there, they got the lighting in there, and the sheet falls over top. So it's a really cool experience.
That is nice.
Yeah. And then atop is a water feature with stepping stones. So you go up the stairs and you step across the river to go up to the pergola.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how do you suspend slabs like that?
So this is off the pool coping, and then we ran another slab across the back to just take our steel work off of, because everything's structural underneath. So we did like a steel deck every 3.5 feet, and then put our rebar down, our mesh, where we didn't use our panels. But most of the time we're using precast panel if we can, because it just looks that much more realistic.
Yeah. You haven't done anything for Aquascape, have you?
Yeah, we work with Aquascape.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they like we started doing stuff for the residentials, but it was too small for us at that point. Like we just found like, we love their spiel. We drank the Kool-Aid for a bit, and we were like, yeah, if we just get, 10 of these local projects, then that's like one of these jobs, right? And we don't have to travel. It's great. Everything's fantastic. But we found that, we were getting more calls to do, $1 million jobs, and then somebody would call us with a $7,500 job, and we're like, it's just not for us. But what we did like about Aquascape is that for the zoo projects, when we get brought in, that we were trying to incorporate our brand of theming with the Aquascape product to get away with get the pump and dump ponds out of there. So that seems to be a real problem. So using that biology seemed to speak to the zoo guys, and we're starting to make some dents. And luckily, Aquascape's already done some stuff at their zoo, like Brookfield Zoo. So it was starting to now we have use case, now we have precedent. We're trying to transform all the zoos that way. We think it makes sense. And nobody else is really blending the theming with the Aquascape. It's either like Aquascape system or theming system. So we've gotten pretty good at blending the two worlds. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really neat. It's right on my alley. I haven't really tried this.
This one is our largest still. This was at a casino. It's 55 feet. Yeah, it was 3 stories. So you're at the top level of the casino. Is this casino? And you go down to the layer 2, and then the basement level, where we did a huge amethyst bar, where it's like a cave, huge cave. And then this thing just roars, as you can imagine, 55 feet. This was in Winnipeg. Yeah. I think they turned the water right down because the staff was complaining that it was making them deaf. Yeah. But still holds our record. Yeah. Anyway, I got to go throw some mud there, but it's nice to meet you, Kendall.
Chapman's here. They would like to get.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, no problem. How are you? Nice to meet you. What's going on? So I'm not painting today, but I'm still using the sprayer. That works?
That works perfect for me.
All right. Whenever you're ready.
I mean, you go. I'll just kind of.
Okay. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm just wetting the surface. We did our strength coat as our first layer. And instead of using glue, what we do is we use water. We make sure that there's enough ridges for a mechanical bond. And water is the best medicine for something like this. So it's going to let me stick my top coat on. And a nice, wonderful distributor like this that evenly distributes my water is very handy. Especially in like a finished area like this where I can't get water all over the ground. So yeah, thank you, Chapman. Yeah. Yeah, painting tomorrow. Yeah. If I could get done, we'll see. Every time I walk away, somebody tries to put their mark into our stuff. So, well, it's okay. I mean, I'm glad that they're interacting, but at the same time, I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you so much. No problem.
Thank you.
There's going to be fog machines.
How's the show go for you guys? Yeah.
Like more so today than yesterday.
Yeah, today I thought would be busier.
Which everyone that's worked the show from Chapin at least
Uh-huh.
like 15 years, like first day and then tapers on. And I come in this morning expecting I can pass it down a little bit. And I'm like, nope, I gotta talk to a million people. I'm not a sales guy. Because I should have been running my time lapses today, but I ran them all yesterday.
Yeah, I could tell yesterday because a lot of people were saying they just got in.
Yeah, I know the weather's been crazy, especially out our way. Like my wife's flight. I was in Phoenix before the show, visiting a friend with my wife, and her flight home got delayed like 3 times. Really? Yeah. Because Buffalo's very right now.
They had to de-ice our plane coming in on Sunday, and then Day one, I'm complaining about 3 degrees, and my girlfriend's like, it's negative 25.
I mean, it was still.
It is still.
We're in Nevada. That should not be like that.
So I said, I'm in the desert.
I know. Why is it so cold?
Yeah, the same thing. I've never been out west at all. At least Phoenix was that was like 70.
7 inches of snow in Florida. So those guys were too cocky. You know, like they kind of had that coming.
Yeah, cool. I'll just walk through it. And then I'll probably swing by tomorrow. If that's okay.
100%. Tomorrow's cool because does Patrick have your number? Like he can text you?
Yeah. Yeah. I realized when I was here yesterday, I missed like one digit.
One number.
Yeah.
Now you got it.
And only I'm so big. I think it's been going on.
Oh yeah.
Well,
You'll be doing paint. What time do you think? At the 10 o'clock mark or at the 2 o'clock?
probably 10
mark?
o'clock.
10
Mark.
o'clock mark.
Okay. Yeah, because we will be like, I think the show's usually weekend tomorrow. So I understand that the last day, like, most people aren't even here.
Okay.
So like, it's going to be pretty much.
Okay. Oh.
So yeah, it's slower than you guys.
I found like day 3, I had some really good conversations because I had time for it. And then some people sneak in at the end, you know, like bigger clients for us anyway.
That's kind of hard as was yesterday. It's like we're getting ready. I got like my backpack out, and like some guy wants to come and talk for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely be swinging back tomorrow.
I was checking in with my girlfriend last night at the very end, and people still walked up. And they're like, oh, I see you're on the phone. Anyway, I have some questions.
Yeah, so around 10 tomorrow, probably.
We'll get started, yep.
Yeah.
We'll be ready for that.
Definitely plan on that. Even if it's not involved with that, just these messages and stuff, so it's just cool to display.
Huh.
Luckily, I just do the picture thing. I don't.
Darn, Chapman. I mean, it'd be worse if it was paint.
That's true.
And the show people would come up and be like,
I've never seen it.
weird. I'll take the pressure off it.
Yeah, I would say it's might just the pressure just work its way back up.
Yep. It's fine.
Well,
All good. We'll make it work.
alright, so I have to tomorrow. You guys keep going.
Amazing.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Honestly.
Yeah, see ya.
Okay. Fed our face. Time to get hauling. I'm just gonna steal this. Yes.
The tightest time frame when it comes to building artificial rock you've ever experienced?
Definitely not, but I definitely haven't had this many people want to talk to me at that same time. So that makes it a unique challenge because you're just kind of going. But we'll see how engaged everybody is with me when I'm like going around this backside.
Mix is one bag of each for the sculpture coat.
It is today. But this batch that we got from Quickcrete, there seemed to be something off in it. So we feel like our concrete ratio was a little bit off. So we're actually adding the fiber coating because we know it's high in Portland, just to offset that. But it's still got enough sand in it that we're not finding any issue with our texture, our stamping, or our carving. So, and we're also at a show where we don't really have a choice, whatever's left. Which is probably the short answer. Who put this under egg here? Remember Patrick talking about the underhang being a problem? He wasn't wrong. The funny part is, like, when I have people behind me while I'm going, and earlier I had one guy, like, basically trying to say what we were doing, but it was like, yeah, they go over foam and they do this, and there was like nothing that we're doing at all. Like, but you know, he was cooking though. I don't know who he was telling, but I wasn't about to be like, no. He was very confident, and that lady was listening. So I'm not going to do that to a dude. Well, less people want to talk to Patrick, so I'm way behind.
We'll do that right now. Should we uncover?
Yeah, you can uncover, yeah. How are you? Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Just throwing some mud, you know? Pretty much no change to what I normally do.
Yeah, right. Question for you.
Yeah.
At any point in your journey, you actually
Yeah.
do you have you bring in or have jobs where you bring in outside help if you ever needed like
Well, as we've grown, we've talked about it a lot more. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, more square footage, especially it depends on the job, right? Like the problem is and we've had a couple guys now that have come to work for us, and they kind of were brought through the system with Shotcrete as their base, and then you're trying to like not undo what they've learned, but like just explain, like almost evolve them. Like this is how we do it. Here's some of the similarities that you could use your base knowledge from, and then here's where we branch off.
yeah, kind of relearning a different method.
Right. So, where it's it's something as simple as stamping, right? A lot of shotcrete stuff isn't stamped because it's just so hard to get the texture. So you have to carve the texture, and you have to work your shaping. So the shaping's great, the carving's great, but like we rely heavily on stamping because we do a lot of panel work. So then we're just trying to like blend away the seams. There is no there's carving, but it's not
as
Yeah.
nearly as intensive as what
There's no ego in it. You're just trying to make it look like you were never there to begin with, right? Where most artificial rock is like, you might be able to walk by it and you're like, know that this is a fantastic interpretation of rock, but you know when it's not real rock, right? Whereas our stuff, I try to trick your brain every time. Yeah. But yes, to answer, yeah, we've talked about it quite a bit, especially as we go more into the States because there's more of a pool of artists down here.
Yeah. Do you mind?
Yeah, by all means, yeah.
Because really, it's just you like to connect with anybody and everybody, just in regards to comic rock.
Yeah, we love it.
Or a passion type of thing.
Yeah.
Whoever we get to work with,
100%.
doesn't matter. We
Yeah.
just want to carve rock and have fun.
We're the same. I love that logo. That's cool.
You can appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen us on YouTube, but we're doing all of our stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But we just want to carve rock.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, everybody's got their brand style and whatnot, but yeah, we're trying to show our style to as many people who listen. But
Favorite question you ever need to extra bodies?
amazing.
You check out the website. See
We're growing past beyond my brother and I what we can handle, the two of us, and we've tried. Very difficult to just keep up with it, but it's the demand is there, especially as we're getting louder with social media.
and actually, like I said, if you ever need bodies,
Yeah,
feel free.
no, that's awesome. I appreciate that.
Have a good day.
You too.
Someone said that looks like Sean isn't going to finish.
Well, that's just rude. That's just rude.
It was Rock 8. He said that. Tell Sean he looks like he's not going to finish.
Oh yeah, well, it's
You know
rude.
what?
Haters get hate. They hate us because they hate us. Yeah.
He said throw mud faster.
Yeah. Well,
Are you Sean?
I am. Yeah.
Hi, Sean.
How are you?
Julie Bigger staff. I see you have a bag full of fiber over there.
I do. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you know our fiber supplier, mini fibers. There's such a big thing in artistic concrete.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Are they? We use a polyfiber. Are they polyfiber?
I see you got a long polyfiber. These are
Yeah.
micro, very small fibers that are super fibrillated.
Yeah.
And one of the things that they do is it makes it real creamy.
Okay.
And it's really easy, I think, to sculpt. So it's found a home in a lot of places.
Well, that's interesting because for us, like we do it in 2 coats, so that our fiber is mainly in our structure coat. But we've tried things like CS fiber that seem to dry everything out, and so we stopped using it. Like it made it cracking worse. So.
Yeah, this one we sell it specifically to help spruce cracking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I like taking a look at stuff. I'm not so set in my ways, but we do cut our own fiber. Yeah. We've been cutting our own fiber for a long time because nothing else would cut it. Like the glass stuff wouldn't cut it.
You might be really interested in this stuff. I mean, it's really found a home in cementation. We're trying it in a bunch of different things, different markets within construction. But
Okay.
yeah, a lot of people
100%.
swear by it. We also have, I don't know if you've done anything with natural fibers.
No, not recently. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have a series of natural fibers: banana, and knaf, and hemp, and jute.
Anything that gets rid of glass.
I know, right? Yeah.
I don't like working with glass.
I don't blame you.
Still dominant though, but we just not.
It's hard.
Yeah, we got away from it a long time ago. Yeah, in like 38 years now we haven't.
Wow.
But again, nothing would cut polyfiber back then, so we had to like invent our own machine.
That's so interesting. So the people that we have, that is their claim to fame.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that is precision cutting of microfibers.
Yeah.
The company's called mini fibers, but I have got your card and your information, so
Amazing.
see what I can do about sending it to you.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're on YouTube much, but yeah, at least you can see what we use it
I
for.
love this. Did you know this? Did you do this stuff?
We did, yeah.
I've seen such amazing work. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah, we do some pretty big trees.
These are pretty good pictures. That's very, very cool. So, I don't know that there'll ever be enough. I mean, I don't think this will ever be commoditized. Put it that way.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, even when we talk about like the Shotcrete guys, like a lot of them are getting older and wanting to do less, and then and for us where we're from, like there's no labor pool, like there's nobody that like, whereas the nomads down here like go from place to place, we're like, come on our way, and they're like, no. so we had to develop a different kind of system, and that's, but like we think it works great, so.
Oh yeah, sure does. I'll drop you a note and
Please.
see what you think, and send you. What I'll do is I'll send you the brochure that has kind of the selections on it.
Yeah.
It's if you imagine what a cellulosic fiber would look like, you know how it's really kind of fibrous or kind of like hairy.
Yeah.
This is like 100 times more hairy.
Oh.
So it makes it very mechanically supported, right?
Okay. I mean, we love to try it in the system and see how it goes. Like anything, especially in our climate, like anything stronger.
What's your climate?
Like -40 to +40.
Ooh.
It's a swing.
Yeah, it's a lot of tricky formulating to be able to do both regions.
Yeah. So we just, like, when people ask why we built it so strong, it's like we had no choice, because there's the stuff that was out there is like we can't get away with that. Like it was just not working, right? We'd have to close shop or work or move.
Yeah.
So,
So you had to figure it out.
We had to figure it out.
I never, I was been talking to some ready mix people. I just never run out of things about different angles of concrete.
Yep.
I was at a Shotcrete last week.
Yep.
Yes. It's a very dynamic.
100%.
I tell you.
Yeah, and Shotcrete hasn't really innovated in like 60 years, so they're due.
Yeah, they are due, aren't they?
They're very due. But yeah, no, please send me some stuff. I'd love to check it out. Yeah, see what's up.
Where are you located?
Just outside of Toronto, Canada. Yeah. Rockscapes again, Rock Inc. We wouldn't be able to, unless we were in Cleveland maybe, but otherwise the acronym wouldn't work.
Yeah. I like it. Okay, you take care.
You too.
Someone said you can see how hard it is for you to work constant interruptions, but making great contacts.
Yeah, absolutely. That's dominantly what the show is supposed to be about, right? So that's what we're here to do. But Patrick's over there getting too smug because nobody wants to talk to him. So. And we can't figure out how all of a sudden I'm the more approachable brother. I'm not sure. It's not right. But remember, I said I thought it would be easier on the backside. Nobody would want to talk. False. Patrick made a bit of a stiff mix.
Yeah, before we leave, we gotta get that shot of you creeping over the top. Whatever you're doing.
Creeping it.
Well, yeah, I need that final. You did your standing over at the rebar.
Yeah, like what we did before. Who put this stump here? I don't know. Seems like a bad idea now. All right. We getting lots of these slap it on shots because that's Patrick's favorite.
Oh yeah. Robert, you got some slapping mud on shots? Yeah. Patrick loves them.
Patrick loves those.
Try to channel my Spielberg today. It's going pretty well.
The Spielberg?
Like 80s Spielberg.
80s Spielberg? No. Are you out of your Michael Bay face? Oh yeah. Just slinging mud like it's every day, right?
I know yesterday I saw a lot of wire yet about that.
Yeah, today
Yeah, I do.
today's all about the texture of the carving. So this one's a little bit. Oh, nice,
Yeah,
cool.
dude, I love doing work.
That's cool stuff. Yeah, any chance you get to do like the tree work, the organic stuff, that's really fun. And we like doing like lately. I love getting the call to do more whimsical, fantasy kind of stuff where maybe realism is not like the most important as much as it is. Like we still incorporate it, but it's like to have that fantasy stuff, and then usually it's for kids, so the kids are all like loving it and going nuts.
I work for Wicked Colors. We do anything concrete restoration, vertical concrete,
Yep.
epoxy floors, stuff like that.
Cool. Well, there's never going to be enough of us, right?
No, dying breed.
Yeah, it seems like that. I'm hearing that. Like there's not a ton of guys that do what we do up north, like in Canada. So.
Do you guys do like your texture rollers? Do you guys make your own? Do you guys?
Don't do a lot of texture rollers. Mostly stamps. Just stamps, yeah. Yeah. I mean, the texture rollers are good for shot creating, but we don't use shot creating.
I've got where I make it my own.
Oh yes, yeah.
As well, too.
Yeah, I was even showing people this morning like how we could just use regular silicone in a pinch,
Yeah.
Might make
$7.
$7 are great. Why not?
It's better than $20 a Hobby Lobby for one of their little.
I think for us, like, it's kind of fun but at the same time, like, if you're ever in the field and you see like, a surface that's just awesome, to be able to, like, you're not gonna haul all that equipment out to the field. Like, it's like, what can you?
I actually did so ones last week, like coral and stuff like that.
Oh, nice.
Different textures.
Yeah.
Everywhere I go, I look at this.
Yeah, just get the cool piece. Oh, that's super fun. That's wild. That is super wild. What's the client like that gets that? Yeah, eh? They got to be kind of eccentric, I think. Yep. Yeah, those are the fun ones that let you take the reins off, Nice.
All hand textured.
Yeah. I had to do something similar for a client a couple years ago where they had built a pond and they used like the railway tires, but they didn't like complete they didn't put the liner under properly. So mostly because there was this massive like 60,000-pound boulder in the middle, and they tried to like make the pond around it, which was beautiful.
Yeah.
But like impossible to seal. Because they had to cut the liner all sorts of ways, right? So that was, we went in, they wanted to keep the look and feel alive, so I basically built a box inside of the box and then made it look like the wood.
So we aren't selling the cut fiber yet, but I know that they are moving towards marketing that. They've already asked me to make a logo. It's going to be called Polymesh. So I think they are eventually going to market their cut fiber.
Come out of it, and then you have red neon lights in it, so it like glows, and then they put a fog machine underneath of it, so it looks like.
That's super awesome. That's a rare fine client right there that lets you do that. We had a client 2 years ago. he was building his own lake, like 3-acre lake.
Yep.
And then so he asked us to do a 100-foot by 12-foot tall retaining wall / jumping rock.
Yep.
I mean, it took 4 years for the lake to start to fill. Because it's massive. But I was just like, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna do some scuba diving and stuff. I'm like, if you would let me sink like a huge version of what you'd find in like a fish tank, like a sunken ship or a old plane or something like that, I'm like, man, I would be happy to do that. He's like, I'm like, really? 100-foot walls where we stop, right? Like that's not eccentric enough. But anyway. Yeah, he's still promising he'll think about it, but we'll see. We'll see when we get there. But yeah, those clients that just want to have that kind of fun, I mean, that's what it's all about, right? Yeah, no, appreciate you guys. Thank you. Yeah, reach out anytime. We love.
You guys have a card or anything?
Yeah, Rietta's got some stuff there. If we don't have cards, we got the YouTube cards or whatever. Going pretty good. How you doing? Good to see you. Under the gun. I'm under the gun. I put myself in a situation for sure. And I got to beat my brother over there. So we're doing a little competition, me and Patrick. Yeah. Yeah. But so far, he chose a smaller rock. He was like, you're not going to be able to fish, man. Too many people are going to talk to you. And I was like, it's Vegas. It's big. A little bit. That's all right. We'll make it work. How's the show for you?
Good, yeah. I just got here.
Oh, yeah?
We got to do recertification tomorrow.
All right. Are they doing certs here?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's hard to get a setup for the overhead stuff. Like even like in Vancouver, there's 10 guys doing a recert vertical, but no overhead stuff.
Really? Yeah, I mean, the amount of times in this show that we get asked to do courses, and I'm just like, nope. I mean, but we show it all on YouTube, so watch that, I guess, and until one day, maybe. I don't know. I'm not ruling it out. I don't even know where I would begin.
I get asked to, like, do you guys do courses or classes or whatever? But
maybe it's me, but I always just feel like I'm like, really, you want to learn that from me? Like, I don't.
I'm just not a really good teacher. I learned my strengths.
Yeah.
That's one thing. I'm like, I have enough trouble helping my guys. And like,
that's what I said to Patrick. I was like, man, we have trouble training our own people. It feels a little bit weird. Although, like, it's funny, like it's like we're training people through social medias and YouTube. They'll reach out and ask us questions, and then we just tell them, and they're like, "Oh, thanks, that really helped me." And then they go and apply it. And we're like, looking at our own people, like, "Fuck, guys, how's this so hard?" Patrick, Osharak. Did you get some food?
Yeah. Oh, damn. Yeah. Jump out of the car and jump off a plane. Okay, cool. What are you looking for, Mo?
He's doing his certs.
Awesome. Yeah. How long have you been in it?
Wow.
Time flies. That's awesome.
You guys busy this year?
yeah, we've got a lot of stuff in the U.S.
Yeah, us too. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's good. Yeah, we got visas now, and it's ever since we got that, it's just been go.
It does feel like south of the border has more of an imagination for this stuff.
I mean, there's 30 million more people.
There's that.
So that helps. And
But-
I mean, yeah, the exchange rate's nice also.
That does help with the pricing.
Yeah. USD is not bad.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like I'm pricing like what I need out of it in Canadian, and then like we're happy, and then they're like, "Oh, that's not bad. We're happy," and I'm like, "Yeah, no, yeah, it all works out." So that's been pretty good. Yeah, no, I just find it so funny. Like there's, I think last year I took a look at like some of the houses, like the real mansions across the whole country, and like just the backyards, and I'm like, man, you guys design these crazy homes, and then your backyard is just like flat skate, like hardscape, nothing, monotone colors. Where, then you got Lucas Lagoons being all cocky down there, being like, look at this massive thing where I didn't use artificial rock, and we're like,
I've got quite a bit of stuff coming up with Lucas.
oh, do you? Well, finally then,
Yeah.
because he did that speakeasy, and I'm like, why?
I know. I was talking to him about that too, and he's like, "Oh, I just always wanted to do something like that."
What do you like? I guess part of the drama of the show is like, look at all the underpinning we had to do so this didn't cave in on itself. And I'm like, if there was ever a use case for artificial rock, you just showed it.
Yeah, we've got one in Texas coming up.
Oh, cool.
It's a big one, like 3,500 square feet
Wow.
of like grotto floor area.
Amazing.
So it's about 10,000 square feet of high detail.
That's amazing. I love that. I've noticed that a lot of like the bigger companies are getting away from the zoo work too. Like they're not interested unless it's like 50 million or more or something. So we're getting calls for anything below. And we're like, really? They don't want to do it? All right. I'm here, Huckleberry. Like I'm.
Yeah, because it's mostly cost. That's a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, but they're telling like companies like PCL, they're like, no, we don't want to do that one. And they're like,
These guys are so busy, man. Like,
yeah.
I know Mike pretty good from the Shockery Association.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's just telling me, he's like, they can't keep up.
Yeah.
He was saying to me, like, if you guys want to do any Bass Pro Shop, let me know. You can do them all.
Well, we're doing. I went and go look at the one in Niagara Falls.
Besides the job, but you're waiting for a few days in between, and you're hydrating in between in that time, so it's not quite as thirsty. Right now, it's so thirsty, so green, and there's no chance to like saturate it without ruining their floor. So I got to spray a little bit on, and then I'm spraying on top of this too to try and mitigate those, right? I don't want it so crazy. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. From the moment that it hits its set, it just wants more and more water. So trying to oblige.
Lisa says hi. She's finally watching live.
Oh, yay. That's fantastic. Wonderful. Appreciate that. Make sure she votes for me tomorrow.
Yes, Lisa. Make sure you let us know. I don't know if you can hear me, but your favorite beaches. Said LOL.
Yeah. Good. How could you choose? But yeah, for me, like the timing, I'm doing essentially, I'll do a bucket, I'll roll it, I'll do my next bucket, and I'll stamp that first one, roll the second, and just stay one bucket ahead and like one bucket behind. That way, that keeps my pacing, and I know pretty much the exact timing of when to stamp. If you stamp too early, and you'll get like a little watermarks. If you stamp too late, and all of a sudden you got no texture, right? It's like such a fine line.
Yeah, you stamped slabs.
Yeah. Yeah, so like that moment in between for you guys, it's so important, right? Yeah.
Because it's just that texture doesn't look right if you get too early.
Exactly.
It's not good.
Yeah, and there's no ability to pound it. Like you can't step on it and press in because the shape is so important, right? So it's a bit, you get even less forgiveness. So how long you been doing stamped concrete?
Oh, about 5 or 6 years ago was the first time I got to do it for somebody else. And
Yeah.
then I started my own business about like 3 years ago.
Nice.
And just kind of, I do a little bit of everything, like structural stuff, commercial, residential.
Yep.
And then just stamp stuff whenever I can get it.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's fun to go into.
But I also do a lot of shotcrete stuff, which is why I want to
Okay.
get better at.
Yep.
I'd really like to get to the point where I can just be texturing and stamping and cutting shotcrete.
Yeah. Honestly, like the working on shape, texture, those are your two things. If you can nail those, you don't even need to carve. Like that was my old foreman, even Sean. Like when they were teaching me, it was like if you're good enough stamping and shaping, you don't need to carve. Like carving should be last resort, or to clean up lines. If you're having to carve and you're finding you're spending more time carving than you are stamping, then you probably messed up the stamp, right? Like how often do you have to carve your piece on the ground, your flat? Never, right? So if you get really good at stamping and shaping, then you really shouldn't have to carve much. So those are the things to work on first. Once you get that, when you're like, oh, that shape legitimately looks like a rock, people understand that this is a rock, or that people understand this is a tree.
And where does that come from? Just trial and error?
Yeah, it's just time, spending time in nature, looking up references, like finding cool stuff that you actually want to recreate. And then the funny part is, like, nature does some crazy stuff, and you got to know, like, nobody would believe me if I built that, right? Like, people have an idea of what a rock is, and have an idea of what a tree is, and so you have to stay within those realms so people don't start questioning stuff too.
Oh man, that's a different perspective. I never really
Oh,
thought of.
I go on nature hikes. Every trip I've ever taken is nature based, and I'm like, I would love to. Oh, nobody's gonna believe me. It's like what this corkscrew spiral that the wind and water have done over hundreds of thousands of years, and you're like, I can make. Oh, nobody will ever let me make that. Okay. Same with waterfalls, like waterways. Like if you ever get into water features, then it's just like the path of water is the end result, right? And how it flows over in nature. So many people just go straight to the sheet falls because that's the easiest thing, right? All you have to do is make something level. But to get like cascades that look natural, don't spit out too much, that's where like now the water and the lights hitting the water, that adds so much to your art.
Yeah, you're essentially mimicking what the water did.
Exactly. Exactly. So like paying attention to the small details really, really helps. Like figuring out and thinking how on earth is the water going to flow over my work is a big part of it. And frankly, I think too few people do that because they're counting on volume of water and like that rush and pounding versus like the little details of somebody paying attention. Somebody's been in nature. There's not that many sheet falls in nature, and but also, and then the client wants a certain amount of volume. So you got to figure out somewhere in between and getting to have fun with both. But that's that helps with when you're figuring out shaping too. We don't sell the mix. Essentially, this is just meant to like bring a bit of awareness to the art itself and the process, our services, and to help aspiring artists. Like we show everything we can on YouTube, so that if somebody's looking for inspiration or figuring how to, then they can watch it and then ask us intentful questions, and then we help from there, right? No, there wouldn't be. This is proprietary, so that we did. But there's a lot of great mixes out there now. Like there's a lot of GFRC mixes out there. Trinic makes a great one. I'm sure a couple more people here make some fantastic ones. And then it's so climate based. Like if I'm working in hot states, then I'm probably changing my my admixture anyways.
Yeah, I was just asking
Yeah. Yeah, you'll have just think of it as a high strength mortar mix would be the way to figure that out. Finding the fiber that works for you within that strength coat will help too, and then play and find out what's comfortable for you, what feels good in your own hands, right? It's got to have a stickiness to it. It's got to fit. Like if you're, it's got to have the flexural strength. Where are you out of? Florida. So you don't really have, other than recently, you don't really have too much freeze thaw, right? So you get away with a little bit less need for flexural strength there. But like for us, we're plus 40 down to minus 40. So we have to really handle that. So flexural strength is one of our biggest components, right?
How can they find you in
Yeah, YouTube, Rockscapes Canada. If you search that, you should be able to find us if we did our job right. But we have quite a backlog, but we've been trying really hard to keep up with all of our projects, and like we've been doing it for 40 years. Pardon me? It depends, but we have like a core of about 8 of us right now, and like I just did a 6-month project where I had to move cities, and I brought 2 people with me, and then I hired 7 because you only need a certain number of people that are actually artists. And then like for us, we have a lot of steel work. I can hire a local welder that has a local certificate, right? Like I don't need to spend the money.
Does the steel need to be like detailed very heavily, or can it just be kind of like on the spot?
For the structural steel, we have standards that the engineers want to see. Like we have a 4x4 grid of 2x2 steel, depending on the height. Yeah, pretty standard. And then the rebar, the more detail and shaping you do with the rebar, the less you have to put on sculpt with the concrete. Right? So like material costs and time are a real thing. And so if you get good at bending the rebar into the shapes that you really want, the more likely you have less work to do for your final. Yeah. So bending, I think my first job after sweeping floors would have been mixing, and right after that, when I actually told them I wanted to start carving, and because it was my father, they made me go through every single grunt work part first. But then after that, it was like, okay, start bending steel. We bend everything in hand in situation. So we do have like a tabletop bender, which is great for like general shaping. But if you're gonna get nooks and crannies and deep crevices, you got to use it. Yeah. And like, honestly, I'll pick up anything. Yeah, I don't really. That part is just so that I can get rid of trowel marks, right? Like, if you see a trowel mark in the middle of a rock, you're like, okay, either our tape is wrong, or you screwed up. Right? If you see a trowel mark, it immediately takes you away from the whole immersion of it. Same with the brush mark. A lot of people do brush finishes. Everybody
Can you hear him?
right? So if you have a brush mark, they're like, so even if they can't even pinpoint it, they just feel it. You know?
Someone just said Mike is going out again.
Oh, I think it's
Did it die?
yeah.
Okay.
But if it's, brush mark immediately takes you out of it, a trowel mark immediately takes you out of it. I've had so many artists like accidentally write their name. That takes you out of it. They'll be like, oh, I'll just do a giant S, and I'll just put my initials here. Nobody will notice that this is a giant M. But any kind of like absolute purple card, a lot of big stories, those types of things, color talk. Like every artist I've ever trained.
Sorry, we're charging the microphone. I'll go get the charger.
Right.
That's not working while it's charging.
No,
Doesn't work. No. So I have to be closer. Can you hear Patrick?
Testing one,
Testing.
2, 3.
Can you pull it out?
Oh, good. Audio is back on. People can hear.
I think you had to unplug the
Patricia said good luck. Your wife?
I hope she thinks that I'm gonna. Can you show her both?
I'll go.
Okay, then she has no choice in the matter of her vote. I mean, so tell me honestly at the end of the day.
Just before I go over to Sean, someone did ask a question.
Sure.
When waterproofing, do you do anything special to the rubber coating before applying the sculpture coat to ensure bond?
No, we actually have a really nice bond to like the liquid rubber that we use. We do typically just like cementitious, but like brush on coats. It hasn't worked great for us in the past. But the only difference is that that waterway is typically smoother, and so we do have to make sure that we're very even when we're pulling it off. It's a little bit harder to stick on sheer verticals. But shape is part of our strength. Shape helps with the bonding. Shape makes it a little bit easier for everybody. And honestly, it's got to be a clean surface. If you try and put on any type of waterproofing and it's dirty, you're toast.
Thank you for the question, Tanya.
Oh, she's been asking great questions.
Yeah, you've been awesome. Thanks for tuning in this whole time. Let's go over to Sean.
Then to stain it, you guys use regular stains?
Yeah, I think that for the most part we'll use like beer stains, like concrete stain.
Okay.
It's readily available anywhere we go. Home Depots are everywhere.
I use like those water or oil-based ones.
We're straight concrete stain at this point.
Okay.
It's the color palettes there now.
Oh,
Like a couple years ago now.
yeah.
Now like it's catching up. And anything that's readily available that just helps you when you're in the field. If you get stuck or you're running low.
Exactly.
Those are the hacks that I look for all the time. I have no pride with it, you know. It's like, oh, I use this special stain and whatever. Just want it to look good, and as long as it lasts, I have UV protection. Yeah, we're doing our full process. Like future carvers?
Villager's office.
Hopefully just office.
Yeah, that's how I'm trying to do
It's still a little bit wet. Careful.
You trying to touch it?
Yeah, no, I hear you. That's right. It's like with the dark kids, like we look at each one and we're like, you're really gonna beat me.
Yeah, you can tell which one, right? Yeah.
You're gonna beat me out of the computer.
I'm gonna feel that little one.
Oh yes, yeah. You know.
Do you guys make your own textures?
Yeah. A lot of times, yeah. So most of this is we do a lot of precast nails. So when the mold reaches its end life and we have to make a new mold for our library, then we'll just cut that one off in the good spots.
Oh, my pants.
But they have it double-sided.
Yes, they carve it. But yeah, so when that reaches its life point, then we roll a series of stamps that match our mold.
Hi. I'm just streaming live on YouTube. Don't worry about it.
What's inside there? What's each circle?
So it's a mix of, it's our own personal blend from Quikrete. It's not exactly that one. And then you add in the fiberglass.
What do you actually?
100%. We got.
Is it hollow?
Oh, in there, yes. rebar and mesh. Yeah, so it's hollow inside. Yep. Bent the rebar.
You could put like wood, do a carpenter like put wood in there and then start building out with diamond mesh.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
I was thinking that's what you're gonna have to do. Sure enough, looks like that's what you have to do.
Yep.
It's like, is there an easy way to? Because that's
Yeah.
hard. It's like it
Oh,
takes
for
a
sure.
lot.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. A lot of people do it with foam, so they'll just have styrofoam. And they'll cut the styrofoam, give it all the textures, and then they'll put the concrete over top. But they don't do, that's the easy way out. Yeah, they don't do that.
So do you, what does he do? He comes around, like, does he hire out to come over and make rocks for you?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, so they do zoos, museums, aquariums. Yeah, they'll make rocks and trees for whoever needs them.
Sit here and watch what he does, so I can steal all his ideas.
Sean is gonna take your ideas and steal them.
Guys, sit here and watch you. Go for it. Then I can see how you do it. Have you been? I'm staying at the Luxor. Their whole basement is exactly like this. Just the whole thing is like this.
That's the funny thing about Vegas. I've seen artificial rock outside of the McDonald's.
Like, good job.
There's various. There's a spectrum. Here. There's a city. I haven't seen the Luxor, but yeah, I've seen the spectrum for sure.
Oh, sure, Tanya. I'll go ask Patrick again. As soon as he has a moment, I'll ask him. Yeah, maybe I'll go to Sean. Sean knows. Can you answer a question, Sean?
Sure.
When waterproofing, do you do anything special to the rubber coating before applying the sculpture coat to ensure bond?
No, because the rubber keeps, like the main thing is the rubber has its own texture that helps with the bond, and the rubber adheres to the texture that the Carve coat provides already, right? So you still have room for that mechanical bond, which is what we found so awesome. And it also just maintains the moisture, so we also find that there's there's no cracking on top. Even if there is cracking on top, the membrane's under there, so you never have to worry about it. This is awesome.
Awesome. Thanks, Tanya. I hope you heard that this time. And Joanna said, are you guys tired or sore? Day 2.
Yes. Yes, both.
Yes, both.
Everybody seems to think like we're out here going out and experiencing Vegas, and like last night we got fast food Mexican, and then both just went back to the rooms and had separate hot showers. I think I was asleep by 8. That's what you're supposed to do. Yeah. Well, some of these other guys are like, oh,
Fun, but it's work, man.
yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah, I had a guy come by today. He's like, I was there until 4 a.m. I'm like, I've been up later than 9:30, but I've rarely been up. I'm very happy about it.
Lisa said, I'm new to this. Do they have anything on the stamp so it doesn't stick? Or how does it not stick to the features?
So it's for us, it's the timing of when we do the stamping that we don't have to worry about the stick. But to treat our stamps, very common, something that you can just find at any hardware store. We found success with armor. So we used to get all these like special products in, these fancy products that had to be shipped. But that, you don't want to stop production just because you're waiting on some fancy product. So it's always a key thing for us that we're trying to find readily available things. Keeping a lookout for like the technology, certain things becoming more and more readily available. Like that's why we changed our paints. That's why we use things like Armor. It's a really great treatment, not just for your dashboard and your car, but a fantastic treatment for latex stamps especially before they get put away for a little while.
That was Armorall. I don't know if she's familiar, but Armorall is a what?
Armorall is like, typically you'd find it in like the automotive section, and it's like a thing to clean and treat, say like the dashboard in your truck or car.
So you spray that on to the stamp prior. Okay.
Yeah. And if Armorall wants to sponsor us.
Oh.
Brandon is all ears. Right?
Thanks, Lisa.
Thanks, Lisa.
Anything else, just let us know. I know Lisa was really curious about how this stuff comes together. So.
Well, I mean, the key is just to like, obviously we have a lot of best practices that we do, but we're always on the lookout for hacks and ways to, not cheat, obviously, because that could lead to an inferior product, but maybe to help us along. Yeah. Definitely finding things that are readily available in the field are a huge part.
And Lisa, while you're here, I know you were interested in the stumps. Sean did start a stump earlier this morning.
So I had some leftover from my bucket last night, so I just threw it down.
So you just dumped the bucket out upside down?
Left it in the bucket, let it set up slightly, and dumped it upside down.
He left it in the bucket, let it set up slightly, and then he dumped it out upside down.
Sandcastle.
Sandcastle effect. And then adds in the roots. And then he will add in, obviously, the texture coat, and then add the stamps of the tree, of the bark.
Bark and some coloring.
So you'll be able to see all that. What? Tomorrow?
We'll see what I got time for.
What you have time for?
I'll be ready to go. They'll kick us out around 6:30.
where I was keeping my trucks and stuff. I didn't have all that. Mind if I put your sweater up?
Well, she was saying she uses cardboard since her application is a smaller scale for the stumps.
Yeah, a lot of people use all sorts of materials. Like ours is definitely, sometimes we think it's a little bit overbuilt ourselves, but we had to build it, like for our climate, it's just so punishing. We had to build it for that, and then it just happens to work everywhere else. But it's for us too, like we have to appease a lot of engineers, and so they want something they can wrap their heads around. And some of the things that we build, they'll look at it and just go, right? So that's why everything underneath is structural based. It comes from a base of engineering, so that they're happy, and then what we put on top is the structural veneer, essentially. So that way everybody can get around it. There's permits, all that, nothing headaches there. But for all purposes, yeah, especially when you're testing it.
And Tanya said it's going to be hard to pick a winner.
As long as I finish.
Drama.
Yep. Will he finish?
Will he finish?
Oh, Lisa does the paper mache technique as well.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Before adding product over top.
That's, like all those things are especially hard to start again. And 100%. You got to see how long your products are going to last. Like, luckily for us, we have our 40 years behind us, so now we know with certainty how long our products last and counting. But especially when we're going all over, and now being in the States a lot more, we don't want to come back for any kind of warranty issue. So, maybe the overbuilding is a thing, yes, but at the same point, we just have to be sure. Otherwise, it's going to be a pain point. Setting up a little bit. It's having a hard time taking a stand. How are you? This bud? Sorry about enjoying the show?
I think I just have to be closer to him. They're saying that, is your voice toast or can you speak up? Maybe a bit of both.
Potentially both.
That was Patricia.
Patricia knows more than anybody.
It's just loud in here.
Solid silicone.
Pero mira.
Oh.
Perdón.
Patrick? Do you double lath inside and outside before structure coat?
No. So we're a little bit different, and I know a lot of people have to enclose the rebar. And frankly, there's been some jobs that we've had that we have to put the lath behind the rebar. But for us, we have a structural coat that's strong enough that the engineers have approved that the lath and the rebar can act as purely as a form. So it depends on the material you're using. Concrete, you have to cover that rebar by 2 inches on both sides, at least, right? For us, we don't have to. We've been approved because you can take all that rebar and lath away, and our structure coat with a strong lath, it'll be okay. So.
Perfect.
Wonderful. get very much of that concrete on here. This bad. Nice fake rock, sword in the stone.
Sword in the stone, there we go.
Check on that tomorrow. Gotta put that piece down.
Please don't. It's just plastic. That one was 3D printed at like 7 pieces. You might get one part, not the other. So I had to fit it in my suitcase.
What?
Yeah, so it had to be a little different than. I don't think they would let me bring a real sword. That's for the one I make that call. That'll be the real sword.
Yeah, there you go.
Plus, trying to win the competition, and I've had like at least 20 people try to take that sword. Sword in the stone story doesn't seem so good with no sword. No, I haven't done any sandcastles. But I know my daughter would love to do sandcastles, and I've seen some of them by some of those sandcastles, make me a little jealous. But I have never, one, you have to appreciate that type of time and energy. Most of like grass is work, it's going to go into the top tomorrow. So, you have to have a different mentality switch.
Look at the comments. Is his voice closed or can he speak up?
I saw.
Okay.
Yep.
It
might not be enough.
Oh, it's incredible what they do. It's totally different. People are extremely creative. I love it. This one will be with a forklift, but typically anything I make. This one, the showrunners will have to shape rock scissors. So I'm sure I'll get an email. Why did you do that to us? Thank you. Did Patricia say anything else?
She said, obviously there's a clear winner in her eyes.
Yeah, that's good. That's good life.
Hey, is that a foam piece and you just put over it with this one?
No, this one would be a rebar armature that with lab. So we hand bent all the rebars in with those. Same with the stump. You could, of course, do a foam core. Different application, different reasons. Our typical, we have to build in the exact same way we would do for residential or shows, we would do for a museum or a zoo or anything. So we don't try and change each time. Appreciate it. Right.
I've seen it.
Sucker.
Yeah.
It's the moment I've all been waiting for.
Yeah, we're trying to break it up so that somebody gets a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Nobody around my area does this. I worked for one guy that was kind of getting into like grottos and stuff, but
Oh,
it wasn't.
cool.
It was all concrete. It wasn't
Yeah.
like this.
Yeah, it's like this concrete material we've been using for thousands of years, right? And it's and the fact that it can be used as a medium for art and functional art. No water features, grottos,
Right.
like you said, and
That's
all
un-
that type of thing.
So I want to get out on my own and do more of like the decorative and hardscapes and concrete countertops, kind of that niche stuff.
So much fun. Like I promise you, once you get into it, and you get what you put in, right? The
Yeah,
more you-
yeah.
But it is. I honestly think that there's a certain number of people who are just meant to create.
Yeah.
And if you're that person, then there's nothing better.
That's it. Yeah, the commercial stuff is just grinding me down, like the curb and gutter and city sidewalk and driveways.
Yeah. The fact that each and every
Robert, my phone's actually gonna die.
What's that? Oh, I'll get
My phone.
I'll get the charger.
Okay.
We're just creating drama for the YouTube. You know, that's what it is. I'm doing this on purpose.
Oops.
Are we?
I appreciate that.
Maybe that's why they put us in
It's a little closer to my world.
something.
Oh, perfect.
No, I think it's a cool thing you're doing.
Felt a lot cooler when I felt I was winning more. I guess it would be the survey.
I was at 12%. Yep, it's working.
If you want, since I guess you have pockets too, but I can hear. If you want to break or something.
Oh, sure, yeah. Just no one can hear unless you're up close.
Okay.
So if they're actually talking, you just have to go up nice and close.
Okay.
That's cool.
Ooh, good catch. So Tanya asks, how much longer do they have? I believe it's until 5 p.m. PST. So we've still got 2.5 hours left because it's 3 o'clock here. But that's just for today. Tomorrow they're painting and finishing everything up and doing the final reveal. So be sure to tune in tomorrow as well. Sorry.
Top was fully carved, like for trees. I will go find the tree's size. Because the bark of each size tree changes. And both of those are white pipes. Right? But one white pipe is only a foot diameter. Now it's like single inch. The bark eventually changes. So a white pipe is 2 to 3.5 feet in diameter. That bark is big and gnarly and breaks off. Seal it,
down.
I'm gonna have to take it though.
At 4. Oh, well, we still have 45 minutes. 3:20?
Oh, yeah. Nice, John.
Yeah. Yeah, no worries.
I'm gonna head out at 4. He's just gonna walk me to the train and then
More jujitsu, but the biggest twist on earth, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm charging the mic too.
Yeah.
This is with my charger. If you need it again.
Okay. Do you want?
I will need this charger to charge my phone tonight.
Yeah, no worries. You need the mic at 4 o'clock too, or can I bring it back to you later?
You can take the mic.
Okay.
Yeah. I have the piece. I have the piece. Oh, yes, I do. I don't know if this one needs to be charged. Because it has a charging port. I don't know if it's dying as well.
Yeah, I'll try it anyways. Thank you. Did you just plug this in now? Or?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. I have a bag for it so it doesn't get lost. There it is.
I think based on the number of times we're asked about it, maybe next year we do it.
Yeah, we're probably getting that a lot.
The lady there is a pretty good that stuff. 25 at Home Depot.
I know.
All right.
I'm loving my.
I don't even know if I need it.
What?
Lines line up. I don't know of any of it.
I don't know at all. There. Oh, there is a slight delay. Okay. It was like a 3-second delay. Cool. All right, I'm gonna do a little bit of carving for everybody. Ooh, toast, a little bit toast, my love. That was silly. Gotcha.
So about that will be the max before
It's lasted this whole time though.
That's good.
It was a full battery. This is really good.
All right there, I think.
Okay.
Should be good. I will carve a little bit.
Oh my gosh, 4 more, eh?
Yeah. He's got to be at least that. Like, he got pretty much that entirety of that batch.
Yeah.
So he was able to pull. We now probably have similar square footage left.
But he said his is drying really fast.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. It's not taking the stamp that well.
Yeah. Oh, this guy's the Rockscapes there.
Nice. That's good, buddy. Showdown between my brother and I. Yeah, so that's part of it.
It's fiberglass here.
Polypropylene, but it is a fiber reinforced concrete. It's really nice. But it's flat like our final rate is 610.
Des cavernes en béton.
It's like a, well, that's like one of the large, there's a lot of we just don't do shock.
Pero lo ponen en it will do your grind, salt, kind of to build up stuff. Like it's just.
Oh, hi, Tanya. I will ask Patrick that question for sure.
Hello, no.
Got a question?
Yes, absolutely.
How will you move those after the show? I'm doing boulders for an FEC and then trailering them down to Dallas for the installation. I'm curious about your ideas on prefabrication and shipping.
Oh, okay. So we did prefab the structure of this. We put them on pallets. So you can custom palletize your pieces so that they fit on that. And I would recommend, say, like putting, I'm working in a eye-bolt anchor onto the top, or a couple eye-bolt anchors, so that it's easy to lift off the pallet and not damage the rock itself, right? If you pre-plan that, then it's easy lifts and small, tiny little repairs to fill in the holes after the fact. For this, they're gonna have to jam the forklift underneath and pick it up and throw it away. But like for Sean, specifically made it so that they could get in with the pallet and pick it up. So, but the final install, except we had to put it into a final place, then I would put anchor points in and make sure that you have the easy ability to pick it up. Because frankly, like if you're gonna try and strap it from below, you might break an edge, or frankly the lath might cut it straight through. And we don't want either one of those. So ideally, if you're having a piece, custom pallet, still fits on a truck, anchor points to pick it off and place it. Hopefully that all made sense.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Rhiannon, did you guys answer the question about moving the structures or no?
Yeah, he just answered it.
Okay.
Yep.
By the way, for those that are wondering, let me see. I gotta get that picture. There we are. This was the inspiration. This is why I'm doing the Sword in the Stone, because that was me when I was 6. So this was maybe a little older, but 6, 7, 8, that's my inspiration for this piece. So if you look, obviously it went a little bit different direction. Well, that's the point. Good to have fun. Bring a childhood to the incredible artists at Disney too. So. I will actually bring you guys close, and I'll do a little bit of carving. And Ooh, wonderful. Some water for my throat.
There you go.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Our guy right there has electrolyte powder. You see him?
Oh, I saw.
The orange booth?
So
grab
many of
one.
them have sugar. Oh,
Oh, is it the sugar one?
I don't. Like, I know a lot of athlete ones too. I try to stay away from that type of sugar, that amount. It's because you know it's going to be the cheapest for the worst type for it. Yeah. Oh, I hope I'm able to pull enough people over here when it's voting time. The number that stay in front. Yeah, people love the Dutch.
Someone came up and literally put their thumb in it.
I know.
Thumbprint.
Good. Everybody needs a big rock in the front yard, right?
Absolutely. You'd be shocked at how many random rocks I've built in my life.
Yeah. Well, I'd be all for that, except I'm against granite right now.
Oh, are you?
Foundation, yeah.
We've done some actually really cool projects where we did a spa, and the whole backside of the whole spa was this natural granite feature, and they blasted into parts for part of their building.
Sure.
And then but like some parts they had to pour up against. So we just tied it through and made that whole thing look like granite.
That's cool.
We did a cottage where they wanted to maintain the entire natural granite and still needed to get all their plumbing and all their electrical through. So they actually cut giant strips through the granite and we built it up and naturally textured and matched the color on each side. It was absolutely nuts. The amount of detail to make that look real was a lot of fun.
Okay, good.
But yeah.
Have a good show.
Yeah, you too. Loving the new mugs. How will you? Oh no, I already got that. Thank you, Tonya. I gotta say, the show and the questions from people at the show have been absolutely fantastic. Really, really, really happy with the turnout and the number of people. I can't tell if there was less last year or less this year than last year, but I know when they were doing the competition next to us, like the waves of people bouncing off of that and stopping by for check-in was incredible. So thank you for everybody that's dropped by the show, and hopefully tomorrow you get to tune in and see which one you like the most, because I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty proud of my piece. I'm bleeding enough that I feel like I've earned this win. So thank you. Can you explain? Yes. So a big part of the reason why we've covered with the plastic, one, it's really, really dry in here. And two, we did the fiber coat yesterday, and any high strength concrete is thirsty. Very, very thirsty. It needs to be hydrated after it's done its cure. And if we're outside or if we're in that normal state, then we would be saturating that first coat for a fairly long period of time, making sure that it's really well hydrated. Because after its initial cure, its initial set time, it actually will get stronger and stronger the more water that's actually put on it. And so for us here, that green cement is still curing. It's trying to suck all the water out of our base coat, out of our finish coat. So by actually keeping the plastic on it, we're trying to retain whatever moisture there is from working out, and it stops some of those shrinkage cracks. And honestly, best practice, right? We're trying to show during the show all the best practices that you can possibly have. So one of the reasons why we're putting the plastic on.
These bags.
Yeah, sun and wind are a different factor. They're mean. They will always increase that, but it's actually the concrete in the lower level, like that first layer, that's causing us more issues than anything but the most dramatic sun and wind. What happens if it tries before the finish coat? So if worst case scenario, like we didn't saturate the fiber coat enough and we didn't cover it, then we would find a bunch of shrinkage cracks. Now those shrinkage cracks aren't structural, but what's happened is that it dried out too quickly and actually shrunk. So if it does that, then you have to manually fill in all of those shrinkage cracks with Portland, and then and frankly, some people have a really hard time not overfilling. Then you have all this extra work that you got to work through. So ideally, the final finish, you don't fill in, don't have any shrinkage cracks that you fill in. So it's not the end of the world. If you don't cover it, you got a bunch of shrinkage cracks you got to fill in, because you could tell just by sounding the piece that there is not a delamination between them. There's not a structural crack. It's not through and through. It's just through the face coat. So that would be the worst case scenario. And dried out too quickly, and you had to fill in some shrinkage cracks, which are slightly harder to blend out when painting. How you guys doing? Good. You like my tree?
I'm going to take a lap and try and find him. You guys will be around here?
Why don't you just text? I want to check. I want to see it. Let me go.
over there.
That stuff's pretty cool. Looking around, like here in Vegas, especially. Yeah, the guy outside, I like his. This
Let's do a check. 14 out of 15.
I know. Yeah, grab those. That's the YouTube. You just scan it. Yeah, yeah. Patrick, you want to close out the live or?
Yeah,
Yep.
so we'll be finishing up not live. Battery is toast, and we'll be getting back tomorrow. We'll do a quick update, probably on Instagram at the end of the night, and then we'll do a check-in tomorrow morning as well. Hopefully we'll go live again on YouTube. Things seem to have gone well today, so I think we'll be able to do the same thing tomorrow.
Okay. Thanks, Patrick.
See you, everybody.
That was